All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to once again ask for your kind cooperation to kindly take your seats inside the ballroom as we will begin momentarily. And apart from that, kindly ensure to fill in the front row seat first, especially the ones on the right side of the stage. And once again, kindly fill in the spots left, the first few rows in front. And thank you for your kind cooperation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I kindly invite everyone to kindly take your seats inside the ballroom as we will begin momentarily. And kindly ensure to fill in the front row seats first, especially on the right side and the left side of the stage. Hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, dimohon untuk memenuhi ruang dewan kerana kita akan bermula sekejap sahaja lagi. Dan pastikan anda memenuhi ruang hadapan kerusi yang telah pun disediakan. Dan sementara itu, kami harap kerjasama anda pada pagi ini untuk isi tempat duduk yang disediakan untuk kita memulakan majlis pelancaran kita seketika nanti. Thank you. Terima kasih. Alright, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to welcome everyone to the World Tourism Day 2025 with the theme Tourism and Sustainable Transformation. Apart from that, I also would like to welcome everyone to the historical state. You find this place to your liking thus far, as we were designated as the UNESCO World Heritage in 2008. Malacca has many to offer, and every visitors that comes to Malacca will give a lasting impression. Today, our agenda, that is the World Tourism Launching Day, and to commence our program, it is with my honor to invite Yang Berbahagia Dato' Shahruddin bin Abu Sohot, the Secretary General, Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Malaysia, to deliver his welcome remarks.
Thank you, MC. Mr. Harry Wang, Regional Director of for Asia and the Pacific World Tourism Organizations. Mr. Tadashi Kaneko, Director for Regional Office for Asia Pacific World Tourism Organization. Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, and Head of National Tourism Organizations, Excellencies, distinguished guests, members of media, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good mornings. On behalf of the Government of Malaysia, it gives me a great pleasure to wish everyone a warm welcome to the historic city of Malacca. Selamat datang and happy World Tourism Day 2025. First of all, thank you for taking the time to join us on this very special occasions. We're happy to be here in this beautiful city known for its lively riverfront and UNESCO heritage sites. Over the next 2 days, our program reflects that same spirit of renewals. We will explore topics such as people-focused tourism, sustainable investments, responsible use of technology, and strategies to build resilience in the tourism industry. Each session has been carefully designed together with UN Tourism to discuss key issues shaping our future. I look forward to the keynote sessions where experts with diverse experience will share valuable perspective and practical solutions that support our theme, tourism and sustainable transformations. Later today, we will talk about how good policies, strong governance, and smart investment can make global tourism more resilient. I invite everyone to stay and join the full program, which will conclude with our opening ceremony this afternoon, officiated by the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia and others distinguished guests. The global celebration of World Tourism Day continues tomorrow with the 7th World Tourism Conference, a signature event co-organized by Malaysia and UN Tourism, which will dive deeper into the future of sustainable, inclusive tourism. While you are here, please take some time to enjoy Malacca beyond these walls, walk along the riverfront at night, visit the old street where Malay, Chinese, Indian, and European cultures meet, and taste our unique Peranakan and Portuguese Eurasian dishes. This mix of cultures truly represents Malaysia, truly Asia. Thank you once again for joining us. May our time in Malaysia inspire fruitful discussion and lasting partnership. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Dato', for the inspiring welcome remark. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is with my privilege to introduce our first keynote speaker. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Aradhana Kawala, the CEO and founder of Aptamine Partners, to deliver her keynote on From Social Innovation and Education to Sustainable Investment, Transforming Tourism from the Ground Up. Please welcome.
Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends. Happy World Tourism Day. You're allowed to applaud. Now, this is my 6th visit to Malaysia. I have been everywhere, obviously KL, but Langkawi, Sepilok, Sabah Sarawak, Borneo, everywhere, but never to Malacca. So delighted to be back in Malaysia, truly Asia. Now, we're here, and I really honestly can't think of a better place to celebrate and honor this wonderful industry on World Tourism Day. Tourism's role in this fractured world may seem trivial and a frivolous thing to be on such a high-level political agenda, but let me assure you, when wielded wisely, tourism is one of the most potent instruments of peace ever known to mankind. Because tourism is soft power. It turns battlegrounds into bridges, it opens hearts, it expands minds, and it brings down the walls. And when people meet, that's when walls come down, and walls needing to come down is the first step to transformation. Now, I'm here today to talk about tourism rising, and what I want to tell you is that tourism isn't just rising, it's actually erupting. This is not an evolution, it is a revolution, and it's happening from the ground up. Because let's face it, The old playbook is crumbling, and we are staring down challenges that are so fierce that they demand not tweaks or incremental changes, but a complete transformation and overhaul. Starting with over-tourism, or shall I say oversight, which is quite literally hollowing out our heritage cities. As we speak, 98 destinations across 63 countries are crumbling under an overwhelming influx of visitors. And the fun part, 80% of visitors only visit 10% of destinations. And that means bigger crowds in fewer spots and not where we want them, because there are destinations in the world that would benefit hugely from tourism. As you know, by 2030, tourism is supposed to be a 1.8 billion visitors globally, and that problem is only going to exaggerate. Now, it's not just about the number of visitors or how many millions travel, it's also about leakage. Economic leakage in our industry is anywhere between 50 to 80%. And the worst brunt of it is borne by the developing or underdeveloped countries that really need to benefit and can benefit from tourism. Let's take an example. Caribbean, right? 80% of economic leakage. In other words, you spend $100, $80 goes out of the country, generally to the US, overnight. And only $20 remain internally in the country to fund everything, their infrastructure, their training, their hotels, their resorts. It is dire. Was it Bob Marley who said, "No woman, no cry"? But let me tell you, in our industry, no woman is a reason to cry. We have 54% women in the workforce, and guess what? Only 20% actually make it to even managerial position. So the vast majority of them are stuck in lower rungs of hierarchy, no security, no financial security, no training, and no career progression. And it's exactly the same with youth, because we are an industry that employs an overwhelming percentage of youth, 1 in 5 or 20%. Again, stuck in seasonal jobs without security and a career or meaningful career progression. How is it okay that we are 8 billion population in the world? 1 billion, which is 1 in 8 one of us, have some kind of a disability, and yet less than 10% of destinations actually have some kind of a strategy for accessibility. And if that wasn't enough, we are faced with digital disruption, because guess what? Discovery of your destination has gone algorithmic, by which I mean 65% of all travel decisions are currently being made online, and 35% of all payments for travel is being made online. Now, TikTok is a great example. Speak to a Gen Z and they will tell you that 2/3 of them make their travel decisions based on what they see at TikTok. And 35%, which is 1 in 3, actually go on to book a destination because of what they have seen on TikTok. There's nothing wrong with it. But the problem is TikTok causes trend waves. And that can really swamp a destination or really make it invisible. As I call it, it's a bit of a jungle out there. Airbnb last year welcomed 450 million visitors globally in their homes. That is a lot more than the population of European Union. Yet, most governments don't have stringent policies for labor, for taxation. Short-term rentals are not bad, but we need policies to make sure they're actually benefiting the locals and the communities. Now, AI is rewriting the funnel for sure, but unfortunately, it's still the mega caps, the large tech companies, which have huge budgets and large data moats that are still benefiting, while the small, medium, micro enterprises are completely disintermediated by AI. Now, this is OECD projections that by 2030, 50% of all jobs in tourism need advanced green and digital skills. But guess what? We are teaching our graduates at hospitality and tourism schools. We're teaching them how to do a check-in, and we're teaching them how to carry a tray of food or drinks. No wonder our industry is simply not aspirational for the youth anymore. Now, climate is not looking good, is it? Because it has been the hottest decade in the last 125,000 years. CO2 is its highest in 2 million years, and this year, Earth Overshoot Day fell in July 24, in the middle of the holiday season. In other words, we consumed all the resources that planet Earth can provide us in the first 7 months, and we need 2 planet Earths to actually sustain our current rate of consumption. Tourism, as you know, currently accounts for 8 to 11% of all global emissions. The problem is that's going to increase by 25% by 2030. And yes, social innovation in tourism is extremely powerful, but it's capped by lack of finance, because more than 80% of businesses in tourism are small, medium, and micro enterprises. They don't have access to green bonds. They don't have access to, security or financial loans because of their size, because of lack of collateral, or because of the reporting standards. So as an example, indigenous tourism resulted in $45 million of revenue in 2024, but fewer than 10% of such enterprises are integrated into mainstream travel distribution channels. Now, greenfield FDI in tourism is also 6 times down. Why? Because by virtue of being a sustainable regenerative development, you have a longer rate of return and much lower rates of return. So investors who are still looking for 2 to 5 year payback can't get that with sustainable investments when we actually need it urgently. Look, I'm not here to rant or air my grievances or bemoan the crosses I wear, because I know that most businesses and most leaders actually want to do better. But I guess what we're saying is we are in a bit of a giant car heading towards a brick wall, and instead of arguing where everyone should be sitting inside the car, we should be talking about finding a way to make the car come to a stop before it actually hits the wall. So what's the solution? I'm going to give you 3. Number 1, we need to make a leap from sustainability to regeneration. And this is important because when we say sustainability, it's saying let's continue to damage control. That's defeatist. Regeneration, on the other hand, is more ambitious and it fosters higher hope. It's a bit like if your house is on fire, you're not going to say, oh, I'm not going to pour more petrol on it, right? That's sustainability, damage control. We need to be regenerative. And we've seen this shift play out in multiple industries. Organic food, 90% premium charged. Organic fashion, Stella McCartney, Patagonia. Organic real estate, well, regenerative real estate, you charge on an average 6 to 8% premium on rent, 18% premium on sales revenue. In the same way, destinations that are regenerative, hotels that are full of regenerative practices constantly achieve higher rates, stronger valuations, and greater resilience. And we have so many powerful examples of destinations, right? Back in the 1980s, Costa Rica had only 25% of its biodiversity preserved. Over the next 20-30 years, they are on an agenda where visitor arrivals now constantly fund conservation, and they're currently at 60% of biodiversity having returned. Or Bhutan, high value, low volume tourism. Bhutan earns $1,300 per visitor, which is one of the highest in the Asia region, and they do that with only 315,000 visitors. So the message is clear. Regenerative tourism is not charity, it's strategy. It's also about securing profitability, resilience, and our very license to operate as tourism. Solution number 2, flip the matrix of success. Because for the longest time, everything positive in tourism is measured by 2 things. Number 1, GDP contribution, and number 2, how many millions of visitors does your country or destination attract? Ladies and gentlemen, GDP is blind to human well-being, societal well-being, and planet well-being. GDP ignores externalities. It ignores nature. We cannot keep on linking economic growth to an increase only in GDP. And the second one is our obsession with how many millions of visitors we are going to get by 2030 and how many millions of visitors we are going to get by 2050, right? This fixation and obsession with how many millions is effectively defeating the entire purpose of travel. Think of it like the influencer economy. There is an influencer who is licking a frozen pole or dancing with a slice of pizza on TikTok and they get 10 million views. Is that impressive? Yes, 10 million views is impressive. But my question to you is, does it leave the society wiser, happier, and better? Similarly, we need to ask in tourism destinations who are chasing millions of visitors without asking whether those visits actually make life better for your locals or deliver meaningful experiences for the visitors and travelers. Flipping the matrix means asking, what if success was not only measured by how many millions visit your destination, but how much good they leave behind in your destination? Solution number 3, redirect capital to people and planet. Because at the end of the day, money talks and bullshit walks. Today, the investment model is broken. All the money today is flowing into luxury resorts and mega projects. They capture bulk of the value, while communities and ecosystems are left behind. But finance can be rewired. You would remember that green bonds did not exist before 2010. Today, there is $2 trillion invested in solar, wind, and clean energy. Imagine if tourism could do the same. We generate $1.3 trillion as tourism receipts every year. If 1% of that, which is $13 billion, could be redirected into funding conservation efforts, that is a lot, and a lot can change. And because we are in Malaysia, I cannot help but praise what I see in this beautiful country. Because Malaysia has placed sustainability at the heart of its vision. As I understand, as part of its tourism vision, there are plans to establish 60 ecotourism clusters. It's on its way to becoming the first in the region to introduce locally sourced SAF, sustainable aviation fuel. Malaysia's homestay program has become a model for involving rural and indigenous communities directly in tourism. From Sabah's rainforest to Sarawak's caves to islands like Langkawi, what it does best is tie conservation to visitor experience. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, these are not isolated projects. It's definitely not about choosing between profit or purpose. It's actually about delivering profit through purpose. And to me, these are signals of a tourism model that is entirely built on fairness, equity, and respect. Now, I'd love to conclude and say that we're not short of reasons to be fearful of the future. But you know what? We're also not short of reasons to be hopeful for the future. Tourism has always been shaped by forces beyond our control, be it weather, politics, technology, or culture. But let me guarantee you that the next decade is not going to be rewarding the largest tourism players or the ones with the most budget to spend, or the ones with the thickest strategies. The next decade is going to reward those destinations and countries who learn faster, empower deeper, and collaborate wider. The responsibility is ours. As industry leaders, we need to evaluate and elevate the conversation. We need a shift in our worldview, and we need new ways of believing, seeing, and doing. And the time to act is now. Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen. You've been a wonderful audience. It's a pleasure being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aradhana, for your valuable insights. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for your information, this year, Malaysia marks the second time where we are the host as the World Tourism Day. And the first one was in 2004. And during that time, the theme was sports and tourism. So the second one, we come again as the host of the World Tourism Day with the theme of tourism and sustainable transformation. And apart from that, ladies and gentlemen, we are also delighted to share to you, we have a small booth outside, inside the hall. You can take a look later when we have our break in between, where we are in collaboration with Telecom Malaysia, Kraft Tangan Malaysia, Tourism Malacca, Baba and Nyonya Kebaya Collection, Decoupage Tiffin and Handmade Retro Handbag. We also have a booth with the Malaysian Investment Development Authority, MIDA. We have Asam Pedas Signature Paste, which I recommend to our esteemed delegates here to kindly try. That is one of the best cuisine in Malacca, Asam Pedas. And we also have a Dodol and Heritage Malay Delights. Kindly take a look at yourself during breaks. We have a small booth we have prepared for you outside the hall. All right, ladies and gentlemen, up next, we are going to proceed with our first panel discussion of the day, entitled People-Centered Tourism, Unlocking Opportunities Through Education, Innovation, and Investments. Now, we are going to be with our moderator momentarily, shortly, while we're preparing the stage to our panel discussions. And it will be accompanied by a couple of our panelists here on the stage. I would like to welcome Mr. Antonio Lopez da Avila, the Director of the Innovation, Education, and Investment Department of the UN Tourism.
Yeah, okay. Good morning. Happy World Tourism Day to you all. We are here to celebrate tourism and to celebrate this new way of thinking about tourism and sustainable tourism, and how tourism can transform our societies, our destinations, our cities. We have heard our first speaker talking about the challenges that we are facing nowadays. And it's important that we think that to start talking about sustainable tourism, we need to talk about people. Because tourism is one of the most human of any sector. So we really need to think about how we should invest in people, in education mainly. 50% of young people who wants or who could work in tourism has lacking knowledge, skills. They don't know how to do it. We need to help them. And also women in very remote areas, they are starting to think about tourism as a tool to develop their villages, their cities, and we need to help them. We need to invest also in innovation, in thinking out of the box, thinking how we can build a new way of doing tourism. And we need to think about investments in new developments, new destinations. We need to planify, we need to be more strategic thinking how we are going to do things in the future. Because now we are building the future of tourism. And today, in this panel, we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about people. We're going to talk about education, how we need to train people so they can become innovative, how they can do things in the right way, how we can be sustainable, inclusive, and smart, and how we should invest this money to develop business in the right way. So I would like to invite now to my colleague panelist, to Mr. Noor Ahmad Hamid, CEO of PATA. Please, Noor, join us on the stage. Professor Amram Hassar, Professor in Tourism Planning, the University of Technology Malaysia. Please, Professor. Philip Stegi Vincent, Managing Partner, APAC, Plug and Play. Please, Philip. David Bartolet, Academic Director for Executive Education in l'École Hôtelière de Lausanne. And I would like to invite you to Aradhana Nawala, our speaker, because we were lacking of women in this panel because the Vice Minister of Philippines couldn't join us in the very last minute. And I would love, I ask Aradhana to join us. Please, I stand in. So, as you see, we have a wonderful panel, and I would like them to introduce themselves and talk about how they think we should think about people-centered tourism, because we need to put people in the front stage. So please, maybe Hannah, tell us about what do you think about this new thing, or new way of thinking about people-centered tourism?
Very happy to start, Antonio. Thank you for having me. I think one of the key things is not to do this, where, where diversity is only a token, a token note. I'm happy to be here. But if you think about people-centric tourism, to me, there are three things that come to mind with regards to regenerative tourism. What is regenerative tourism? We're talking about biodiversity. And what is the word in biodiversity? Diversity. So it is the core of everything that we are trying to achieve in regenerative tourism. So that's the first one. The second is for people and the planet. If we want to be people or planet-centric, and we need to be both, you need to measure to manage. Unless we have metrics, we are all going to be talking till cows come home, and there is never enough action on the ground. So measure to manage. And that needs people to be incentivized. If you need to be focused on people, businesses, leaders need to incentivize. Now, that's with policies, that's with anything that can be actionable on the ground, but without incentives, there is no action that happens on the ground. Yeah, I think that's the two things I would say. Measure to manage, focus on biodiversity, that's both people and planet, and incentivize.
But I agree with you, but to do that, we need people trained. We need to share knowledge. David, you have been working in education for many years in different continents, so you perfectly know what people are expecting and what the industry is expecting from the people you are trained in your schools. So how do you see this new way of thinking? Are we really training people to face the challenges that the tourism sector needs to know now?
Yeah, so I think we are at the moment in time where schools like ours have to reflect a lot about the skills that are going to be needed in hospitality, in tourism in the future. Because this is changing a lot with technology, and I usually like to talk about, exemplified in the job of a concierge of a hotel, right? And reflect on, is the concierge in a hotel the most substitutable job in hospitality because of technology? Because the recommendations that she would give are completely given now by a ChatGPT, that the tourist comes already with very personalized recommendations, so that job is not necessary anymore? Or is that job the least substitutable job in hospitality? Because the human interaction, the human contact, the stories that concierge tells you makes you feel really at home and makes you enter into the culture of that destination. So in this tension, I think we are discovering what are the skills of the future The job of a concierge in particular will be about using technology, but in a way that amplifies human interaction, right? We are very much into this concept of human-centered hospitality. That's a bit the thrust of our school, because in the end we are seeing that tourism and hospitality is more and more about the experience, about the guest experience, right? And for the fully satisfactory experience, you need two people. You need the visitor, but you also need the person at the location, at the hotel, at the whatever. And we need to educate that person for that experience with those skills, right? I would say we are transforming the skills that will be needed in the future, but those skills will be very much about human interaction. So it will be about communication, about storytelling, about empathy, about cultural sensitivity, and those skills, I think, will be the ones that will make a difference.
Thank you, David. Professor Amram, you're also an academic, but also you have been a consultant. You have been working in strategy, in planning. You're helping countries and destinations to do better for years. And you have been dealing with people from urban cities, from big cities to very remote areas. I know you have done a great job with villages, with people living in very, very fragile ecosystems, let's say. So how do you see this people-centered point of view?
Thanks, Antonio, and thank you for having me. I think we must go back to the origins of this people-centric tourism. And I believe it has its roots in community-based tourism, and in which it is an approach where you put the welfare of the local communities and tourists also to improve their well-being. And if you look at how this thing was done, maybe 20 years ago or even more, when the concept of community-based tourism was developed, it was supposed to be where the community designs, operates, and gets benefits from tourism. But it has remained as such. It has been looked as a niche. It is just a small part of the pie, economic pie, and then it will never grow. It was accepted that it will never grow, to become part of mainstream tourism. Then COVID came, and after the recovery, so we in the industry then thought that we need to have a different approach. So we need to build back more sustainably, and it is where the concepts of regenerative tourism comes into play, and suddenly the need to involve the local community to preserve their heritage, to achieve equity becomes more prominent. And if we can transform community-based tourism as demonstrative projects into these mainstream transformative, approaches, and then I believe that we can really make good progress, because it's not something that we just celebrate as success stories, but it will be able to change the mindset. And it's not easy. It's a challenge, because at the moment the mindset of many industry players are, I'm happy doing just part of the supply chain. But now you have to think of it more in a more holistic manner, and that involves very tough decisions. How does my operation has an impact on climate change and so on? And it's very systemic, but it's a very good start if we can go into this line of thinking. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's true. We are transforming people. We are transforming their mindset, so they can do the right thing in the right moment, attracting the right people to their villages or to their destinations. But we are creating entrepreneurs too. They need to see themselves as businessmen, businesswomen, doing things different way, creating new ways of generating income and generating employment in their destinations. Maybe, Philip, you can tell us about this, because you are helping people, you are identifying talent, and you are helping people to develop their business and to create a new, let's say, new ecosystem of tourism business in the world. So how do you see this?
Yeah, sure. And first of all, thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to be here. It's great being in Malaysia for the first time for me, actually. So it's a real pleasure to be here. And fantastic presentation in the beginning. I think that was a good wake-up call to kind of begin, I think, this session today. From my perspective, so I work at a company called Plug and Play, and we're a startup-centered, I guess, business, if you will. And you know, our business, we feed off of challenges. We enjoy listening to challenges from societies, from countries, from companies, and we believe that innovation comes through collaboration from entrepreneurs, from startups, and it can't be done alone. It has to be a collaborative effort. So that's kind of the world that we play in. We've been in the travel and tourism and hospitality business for about 10 years now, so we've been doing that out of Silicon Valley, where we're based, Southeast Asia here, and here in actually Malaysia, and kind of all different parts of the world. So we've seen some of the challenges that were kind of mentioned today throughout everywhere around the world. And I think, you know, what I want to mention is that, you know, supporting entrepreneurs for us is first most, we believe, is doing that will solve a lot of problems around the world. So what we do is we bring together corporate executives, we bring together kind of government officials, and we really kind of discuss and workshop a lot of these problems that are faced all around the world. And what we do is we pair kind of startup technology with these challenges and hopefully kind of bring together the right solutions to be able to solve some of these big problems. You know, in terms of travel, and maybe I'll get into this a little bit later in terms of some of the trends, but you know, AI is really, really disrupting a lot of these kind of industries, and travel is not alone. So maybe I'll leave it at there for now, but happy to go into trends later.
Thank you, Philip. So yeah, I would like to know more about the situation of the business tourism in the region, and I'm sure you can tell us how do you think is it changing? I mean, the mindset is changing in the tourism sector in the Asia Pacific region from the more business side to a more people-centered, people-centric way of doing tourism through maybe this new initiative in the communities, in the villages that are really offering something new, something more authentic. What is people are really looking for that, for something authentic experiences, real people offering what they have, showing what they do, and proudly showing what they do. Are you checking that? Are you?
Firstly, Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi, and very good morning. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate MOTAC, State of Malacca, and UN Tourism for hosting this event, and happy World Tourism Day. That's the first part I would like to check out the box first. And also having me in this panel. Representing an association like PATA, where Pacific Asia is our backyard. I think what we are discussing today is not really something new. You know, if we are putting ourselves in Malacca, we call it historical city. Malacca started receiving tourists in 1400s, where the first tourist is Parameswara, you know, a prince that came here and started Malacca. That's how Malacca started. In the 1500s, then the Dutch, the Portuguese, the Dutch, the British all came here, of course for different reasons. But then I think that has brought what Malacca today. You know, I've not been to Malacca for a long time, even though I'm a Malaysian. But being back today, you know, it really hits me because in 1984, when I first worked for the tourism board, a week after I've joined the tourism board, I was assigned to bring a group of journalists to Malacca, and a group of journalists from BBC. I've never been to Malacca. So when I first came, and from yesterday when I arrived, what really hits me to your question that you asked is that Malacca is all about the people. Tourism is about people-to-people business. You know, it couldn't be more people-centric, because this is the business that we are in. Look at the room itself. It's all about people. And I think we really need to deep dive in ourselves to talk about how we as industry leaders, how we work with the government, the policy makers, how do we work with educational institutions, professors that are teaching the younger generation to come. But also most importantly is how do we actually reach out and communicate it well with the people on the ground. yet, like I was saying yesterday when I was coming into the city of Malacca, driver that took me said that, you know, we cannot drive on the main street because there's a lot of VIPs, a lot of road closure, so I'm going to divert you into small villages. What really hits me since my trip in a few years back is that all these villages are beautiful, are very clean, good roads in Malacca, so it's, you know, it's a fantastic job by the state government. And what really hits me is that I saw a lot of homestay programs along that villages. These are basically the essence of tourism. Tourism is not just about big corporation making big money, but also how the local community embrace and be part of it. And I think this is something that should be also organic, because earlier on, you know, we discussed about over tourism, but then we also have to look on the other side of the coin. What about under tourism? Not everybody is enjoying. When we talk about over tourism, only a few hotels, a few destinations are doing very well. But how about those smaller homestays, those smaller boutique hotels who are not getting the numbers? I think this is a very important question that we have to ask ourselves, because we can talk all we want about sustainability, regenerative, and whatnot, but the people on the street would not understand this. So how do we communicate? And I think, back to your question, it is something that we really have to rethink. And in the Asia Pacific in particular, we're seeing that this is the biggest shift that's happening by the governments, and understanding that tourism is an important economic agenda. And it's why, for example, like Malaysia having this Visit Malaysia 2026, because they are reaching out back to the local community to be part of this whole process.
I think that's very important. I mean, the government side, it's what Aradhana set up before. Governments has to be aligned with this new way of doing things in tourism. As I see every day more governments recognize the importance of the power of tourism, changing societies, changing economies, changing the environment. In your experience, Aradhana, have you seen the governments are really changing the way, the mindset? Are they really thinking about tourism as a new way of developing the societies and the economies? And do you think the laws, are they changing the law in the right way, so they can, let's say, develop this new way of doing tourism, sustainable, inclusive, smart?
Absolutely. First of all, can I just say, I was not supposed to be on this panel. Antonio is doing really well. He's winging it. He's coming up with the questions. Bravo, well done. Second of all, yes, and I can't come up with one government that's doing everything right, Antonio. But there's, I think, pockets of brilliance, which I see everywhere in the world. If you end up in Palau, your passport is stamped with the Palau Pledge, which says that you're going to look after the environment, which is the people and the planet, when you're in the country. New Zealand does the same with the Tataki Pledge, where you're going to give back to the community. Bhutan does a fantastic job of really saying we are going to cap the visitor numbers. We don't want, more than X number of tourists, and they actually go on to charge every visitor who's visiting Bhutan with a levy, and it adds up to a lot. Costa Rica is another example. Namibia, anyone from Namibia here? Namibia digs really deep with their equitable initiatives. I've done work with the government, and they make $7 million, which is a big amount, solely based on women-fronted community initiatives. And again, it stays within the country instead of 50 to 80% leakage. At the end of the day, it's all about the economics, right? Noor is absolutely right. Money talks. Any government, any business that is investing in communities, for businesses, it's a 13% higher return of employees. So in our industry, as you know, staff turnover can be anywhere between 40 to 60%. If you can have a retention which is 13% higher compared to another business that is not giving to the community, that's a reason for you to be investing in, people-centric policies in the first go. It's exactly the same if you're an employee. By 2030, 75% of our workforce is going to be Gen Z. They care about what you're doing to give back. As an employer, as a business owner, I used to have questions where I would ask people, oh, how much, people would generally ask, how much am I going to get? What is my job? Now, the third question I get in every single interview is, what do you do to give back? So your employees are going to demand that. The businesses are going to make more money. It's a win-win for everyone.
Absolutely. And we are also facing this new scenario with all the new technologies and AI, as Philip said before. Digitation is absolutely needed, and we need to train people on how to manage that. Even if from the most remotest village, they need to know how to manage the new technologies. We all have this in our hands. We see the world through this, and we need to be prepared for this. And I think, Philip, you know exactly very well how people are investing and how people are developing new technologies in tourism, how they're approaching it, and which are the results.
Yeah, so what we've seen, and AI will probably come up most in terms of technology trends, but just at a macro level, there's been a lot of paradigm shifts ever since past COVID on how people travel. So with everything from a combination of words, workation, work plus vacation, or bleisure, which is business plus leisure, or phygital is a word that I heard, which is combining physical and digital. So there's very new ways of kind of how people travel, and I think that has affected technology going forward. So things like phygital, for example, it's combining VR and AR and people allowing to go to locations or experience locations without actually traveling there. Hopefully that kind of benefits eventual travel to kind of local communities. There's actually a local company in Malaysia that we supported through one of our programs called Local, I believe, which is they combine local businesses with tourists abroad so they can kind of connect virtually before even getting there. There's another company called Roam Around, which is kind of more personalized concierge, I guess, if you will. And they take very local communities, local businesses to be able to be a part of that scheduling and content from when people travel, for example. So I think it's becoming more personalized and more connections to local businesses rather than previous algorithms. Just for example, I'm based in Japan, and so everybody goes to Tokyo and then Kyoto and then Osaka. That used to be kind of the course, but it's changing in a way that I think people are more and more kind of being able to connect with really direct local experiences. So that's kind of how AI is hopefully kind of connecting to kind of more well-being. I think another trend, we talked a lot about sustainability kind of in your presentation as well. So people are more and more kind of aware and care for, carbon footprint and carbon emission. So we work with a company called Thrust Carbon, and they kind of really track the carbon footprint of travelers in tourism. And so just for people being aware, businesses being aware, now on airlines and websites, you can see kind of how each flight, emits this much carbon emission, for example. And it kind of allows for, travelers to, especially Gen Z, when they kind of really actually care about carbon footprint, to be able to kind of change their ideas and kind of how they travel. So AI is a big trend, obviously. Sustainability is a big trend, obviously. How people travel, I think, from getting to point A to point B to point C in terms of mobility has been a huge difference maker kind of in new travel and tourism. And the last thing too is I think governments are doing a fantastic job. I work very closely with the Tokyo government, for example. Over-tourism is also a thing in Japan, and trying to control crowds through data and through IoT and through kind of managing various data platforms so that they can efficiently kind of prepare for how many people will be at different places at a certain time. So I think there's a lot of challenges, but a lot of new technologies that are trying to solve them.
Yeah, thank you. We have a lot of challenges, David. Are we preparing our young people to face that, to be the people that the industry needs to work on this new paradigm of tourism with data, with new technologies, AI?
We hope so. We hope that we are. I agree. Aradhana was mentioning in her address how enrollment in hospitality has decreased over the years, and that's absolutely true. At the same time, us at DHL, we just welcomed the biggest class in our history, and I believe that is because we teach transferable skills. I think one big solution, partial solution, but solution to this decrease in enrollment in hospitality, to this lack of attractiveness of hospitality careers, is because the skills that are taught are too operational, too of the past, and we don't teach enough, and we try to do, skills that can be used across industries. So when our graduates come out, what they really know is how to read a room, not just how to carry a tray. They know how to talk to people, they know how to welcome people, they know how to introduce themselves, they know how to understand where those people are coming from and the culture they are coming from. And these are skills, and we've seen very much over the years, that are perfectly transferable to finance, to luxury retail, to healthcare, to a multitude of industries. What this does when we prepare people this way is that it makes the career in hospitality more attractive because it has multiple paths. It's not simply the traditional hotel career, but it can end up anywhere, and it can go also into entrepreneurship. So I think focusing on these kind of skills is what's going to unlock a little bit this problem of attractiveness of hospitality. And it's going to make also the industry more attractive because it will be open to talent also from other industries as well. I think that is a partial solution to it.
Okay, so Noor, now you are between Professor Amran and David, both from the academia. Do you really think that the academia is aligned with the needs of the industry? Tell us the truth. You can be really, really hard.
Thank you, Antonio. Yeah, of course, firstly, it's just amazing to be seated beside two professors. We actually, in fact, at PATA, we did a bit of research just last year on capacity building and talking about, because we have about 60 universities around the world and educational institutions in 20 over countries as our members. So we did a bit of research on that. While we see there are some alignment that are coming between the universities preparing the youngsters for the world, for the real world, but we also saw that there is a huge gap. This gap, some of them are not happening because of the inefficiency of the educational institution, but it's just how it works, because educational institution has to prepare the young students based on certain metrics, which is a standard thing that they do. But the industry is practicing something else, and the industry is fast-paced moving, just like Philip was saying about AI coming in. Things has changed. You can never get the young student be ready for the industry. So the industry is saying that the university are not preparing the youngsters ready for the industry. The university are saying that the industry are not talking to us. So there is a gap. And I'm glad there is a gap because the gap provides an opportunity for the educator and the industry to work together. Because to us, there are two more elements that we also have to look into. One, the key player at the end of the day is the government. And the most important, in fact, is the student himself, the Gen Z and the coming of the Gen Alpha. How do they actually be part of the tourism community if they're taking tourism courses? And we saw from our research that almost 65% of the tourism students are not interested to be in the tourism line. And in fact, the tourism industry does not need all tourism students to be in the tourism line. We also need different skill sets. We also need chefs, we need accountants, we need AI people in our industry. So I think this is the reality that we are talking about, but there is surely a gap to your question.
Thank you, Professor Amram. More than 40 years working in academia, doing consultancy. You know how the tourism sector has evolved in the last 40 years. It has been amazing. All these different approaches and ideas and new scenarios, the impact of new technologies has been amazing. And how do you see the future of tourism? When we talk about people and we talk about tourism center, how do you see the future of tourism? What do you think we should do to get this sustainable, inclusive, and smart model that we are all looking for?
In tomorrow's World Tourism Conference, there will be a session on this, the future of tourism. And I hope you all will stay back and join us tomorrow. But let me reflect. 40 years. And I think we, first of all, must try to understand the dynamics of tourism. And I always like to say that, especially in the developing world, you have the dualism in tourism, dual tier, two tiers. One is the formal tourism sector, the other one is the informal. Formal means the resorts, hotels, high-end restaurants and all those. Informal, we see a lot of them, chalets and tuk-tuks in Thailand. And whenever we try to develop strategies to enhance their competitiveness, capacity, we fail to see, we always try to say that, come up with a one size that fits all. So even to come up with strategies for the future, we must recognize that there are different needs, there are different capacity levels for both the formal and the informal. Sometimes they do converge, but it is the informal sector that we do not really focus on enough. In Malaysia, for example, most of the industry players are SMEs, small, medium operators, and a lot of the incentives that we provide, the strategic direction, even in the, while I've been doing this work, are not really aligned to their needs or capacity. Maybe it's because we don't really fully educate them on what we are trying to do, or it's just that we don't understand that they have a different understanding of how the system works and how, at the entry point, where do they come in? So I think the question that I need to follow up is, when we were doing the national tourism policy, it was towards the end of the pandemic, we also did a very thorough survey of universities, whether any of them that are offering tourism-related programs are going into AI or incorporating AI, At that time, none. They were still, a harsh statement to say that, preparing the workforce for tomorrow based on yesterday's knowledge. Maybe that's true, but it's harsh, but it's true. 5 years have passed, and I'm sure maybe some universities have already embarked on this. But there is an opportunity in my own university, University of Technology Malaysia. We have 2 years ago a new faculty on AI, but there is a gap. So we may have all the skill sets or the specialization required and to teach AI, but the content is always missing. And I've seen training programs for startups, excellent. And I've witnessed all their presentations, and they are so good in all those technological skills, but without the contents, it is very difficult to curate, experiences that these kinds of tourism, people-centric tourism now wants, very interactive, very authentic, and so. So until we can bridge the gap between the technological part and the contents, using really, experienced industry people and using their knowledge, there will be a problem for the future. How best do we really build on the advances in technology and using the knowledge that we have within the established industry players, and to co-create new experiences for the future, of course, using technology as a platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. It's true. We need education, we need innovation, and we need investment. We need money to make it real. So we are in the final minutes, World Tourism Day 2025, Tourism and Sustainable Transformation. I would like you to give us a wish for the tourism of the future. What do you would like to be or to have as a tourism in the future?
I'd love to link it with something that David said before, but I think my wish would be no change, evolution, or revolution in tourism is possible unless there is a change in the mindset of the people who hold the power. I went to EHL a million years ago, École Atelier de Lausanne, and there's something that EHL, when I was there, it was a hospitality school, now it's a business school, and there was something that we were taught, the savoir-faire, which is to do. But there is also savoir-être, which is to be, which is the real sense of leadership, and that's what we need, I think, a change in as we go forward.
Wonderful, thank you. Philippe.
You know, so from my perspective, we would love to see more entrepreneurs, more startups be disruptors in this space, but also kind of create incremental change in this space as well. But in order for us to promote entrepreneurship and increase the number of startups and grow the successful startups, there needs to be a whole ecosystem effort. And I think maybe a lot of people touched on that conversation already, but the government needs to be aligned. There needs to be certain incentives involved so that we can kind of promote smaller businesses to grow and connect with players globally. Corporations and executives need to be aligned in that as well, to be able to partner with small businesses, partner with entrepreneurs, partner with startups, open up their data, open up their APIs so that smaller businesses can take advantage and take use of those to create new businesses as well. Of course, education is a huge part of it. We work with a lot of universities to promote entrepreneurship education and be able to create startups out of universities. We need to get foreign direct investment to come into certain regions across Asia to connect solutions locally to investment internationally. So it's truly an ecosystem effort, but we think a lot of these challenges could be tackled by entrepreneurship, and we hope we can promote that.
I agree with you, absolutely. Professor Amaram.
Okay, let me just go back and talk about the community-based tourism. And in Malaysia, we have our very excellent homestay program that was started in 1995, and there are maybe 150 registered homestays with MOTAC. There are many illegal ones, of course, that is not being considered. So if you talk about how they are embracing digitalization, how they see their future, they all surrender to the platforms. You know, they know that they don't have the capacity. So when either Booking.com, Agoda, you know, they will surrender. I mean, 10%, 15%. I've seen in Uzbekistan even 20%, and because they don't know really how, you know, to build their own very effective, you know, booking system. So it's such a waste because they have all the wonderful assets and resources and experiences, and they don't know how to do it. So if we want to talk about assisting them, upscaling them, so it must be very targeted, and it has to be, I fully endorse what Vincent is saying, is that, you know, Philip, we should focus on startups, but startups, they take a long time, you know, to recoup their investment. So unless there is clear hand-holding until they can really sit on their own, many of them will fail. Or, you know, so I would recommend that we need also clear policies to support, policy support for startups. In Malaysia, for example, we have the digital tourism, maybe section or unit, used to be under our MDAC, Ministry of Digital Economy. So they have done a fantastic job for the past 4 years, focusing on this nomad, you know, phenomena, creating wonderful incentives for startups, incubators. Unfortunately, a few months ago, the whole unit or, you know, division has been stopped. They no longer has that unit. So we have lost that. I'm not saying that it should be under that particular ministry, but whoever it is, maybe it needs to be under several ministries. But we really need to have a special dedicated section on digital tourism, which will provide the policy support to develop startups and then to link it up, especially to rural tourism. That will benefit communities and small-scale entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you. Noor, we need a very healthy ecosystem, it's clear, but a wish for the future from Pata.
Future of tourism. Wow, that's actually sounds like an easy question, but it's very difficult actually. I would say 3 words. The future of tourism is robust, resilience, and the third word is coming to my mind is danger. And please allow me to quickly explain. Number one, I think, like it or not, travel is inevitable. People will travel, tourism will flourish. If a destination doesn't welcome you, you will go to another destination. Look at all the visa policies. A lot of countries are relaxing the visas, and some are making much more stricter. People will still travel. So I think it will robust with the transportations, with the connectivity. People will travel anyway. So it will only grow. But I think it's also, you need to be resilient in the sense that when we talk about sustainability, regenerative, responsible tourism, this is how the question of how do we actually share the prosperity of tourism, not only to the big companies, but also to the communities, to individuals, and to people. And also how do we protect the people, planet, and the environment. But the last word I said, danger, is that because, Pata, for example, we were founded in 1951, almost 75 years ago, and UN Tourism celebrating their 50th anniversary this year, so we're a bit older than UN Tourism. Tourism started after the World War II in 1946, when the world come to peace, there's hope, and people start to travel. And my message is very clear that, we just had the UNGA meeting in New York, then the world are still talking about wars. How many wars are there in the world today? The world is not at peace. Without peace, there's no tourism. And that's why I would say that tourism is in danger. And if we cannot address all these international conflicts, regional conflicts, every country that has, every borders have all their issues, there will be no tourism. There will be no trust. And I think that will be the biggest hindrance to the tourism industry.
Thank you. Thank you so much. David.
Yes. For the future, I would like to see that this promise of human-centric, right, people-based tourism and hospitality is fully realized. That the industry, by creating these unique experiences that cannot be substituted by technology or by anything else, is able to create much higher value that people are willing to pay and that people are willing to fund as well. And with that, I think I would also like to see, and it's related to the previous point, a much higher attractiveness of vocational training, of the arts, what we call practical arts jobs, right? That would attract a lot of young people, that would offer long and fruitful careers in this people-based hospitality, and that will create in the end a lot of more value, a lot more entrepreneurship in communities around the world.
Thank you so much, you all, for this wonderful panel. I've enjoyed it a lot. I hope you all have enjoyed it as I did. Education, innovation, investments is 3 key words in the future of tourism, let's say in the present of tourism. So please, a big round of applause for our panelists. And I would like you to come here for the photo group, please.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Antonio. To our moderator and panelists, kindly take your seats. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch. Ministers will be hosted at Tosca Level 13, while the delegates may proceed to the Elements Mall Level 10. The secretariats and volunteers are very delighted to guide you around. We kindly ask you to return to the ballroom at 1:30 p.m. for the continuation of our program. That is the launching of the World Tourism Day which will be officiated by the Right Honorable Deputy Prime Ministers of Malaysia. I'll see you again at 1:30 p.m. and have a great lunch. Thank you.
In a rapidly evolving world driven by digital innovation, one name continues to pave the way forward for Malaysia and beyond: TM. From humble beginnings in 1947, TM has grown from being a national telecommunications provider to becoming a national connectivity and digital infrastructure provider, laying the foundation for Malaysia's digital evolution, driving progress and redefining possibilities. Every milestone TM has achieved is a testament to our pioneering spirit. Today, TM's network spans an extraordinary reach of more than 720,000 kilometers of fiber, covering 80% of populated areas, enabling millions to connect, innovate and thrive. As Malaysia's leading integrated telco and digital technology provider, we're the lifeline that powers a nation on the move. Our global footprint includes 340,000 kilometers of submarine cables, cutting-edge data centers, and advanced cloud solutions that form a robust digital backbone and ecosystem that's responsible for driving innovation across industries. Whether it's AI-powered solutions, IoT applications, or edge nodes, we're bringing the future closer, faster. TM empowers communities and businesses to reach their next aspirations with smart solutions that meet the demands of a rapidly changing world. These include advanced healthcare solutions that save lives, cybersecurity systems safeguarding individuals and businesses, and even smart city solutions to improve urban living. At TM, we believe innovation thrives when matched with responsibility. We embed sustainability practices for growth and business resilience. But our efforts go beyond reducing carbon footprints. We believe that digital inclusion empowers talent, unlocking opportunities for growth and innovation across all communities. We're building a pipeline of future leaders, equipping them with the tools and knowledge to innovate responsibly and drive the nation's progress. TM is leading Malaysia towards becoming a digital powerhouse in the region by 2030. Your next innovation, success and breakthrough are within reach, enabled by TM.
Get the best price on your next holiday booking, guaranteed! And if you find a better deal elsewhere, we'll pay you the difference, and more!
Traveloka's got us covered.
Guaranteed best price. Confirmed nice.
Traveloka. Malaysia is truly Asia. It's a land with rich heritage for you to explore. Sandy beaches, friendly faces, surreal experiences.
In a rapidly evolving world driven by digital innovation, one name continues to pave the way forward for Malaysia and beyond: TM. From humble beginnings in 1947, TM has grown from being a national telecommunications provider to becoming a national connectivity and digital infrastructure provider, laying the foundation for Malaysia's digital evolution, driving progress and redefining possibilities. Every milestone TM has achieved is a testament to our pioneering spirit. Today, TM's network spans an extraordinary reach of more than 720,000 kilometers of fiber, covering 80% of populated areas, enabling millions to connect, innovate, and thrive. As Malaysia's leading integrated telco and digital technology provider, we're the lifeline that powers a nation on the move. Our global footprint includes 340,000 kilometers of submarine cables, cutting-edge data centers, and advanced cloud solutions that form a robust digital backbone and ecosystem that's responsible for driving innovation across industries. Whether it's AI-powered solutions, IoT applications, or edge nodes, we're bringing the future closer, faster.
Channel, test 1, 2, thank you. Okay guys, we want to do the rehearsals now. Boleh kita ni naik dulu sekejap. Kita based on flow by flow. So, kita ada few minute, kita ada dalam setengah jam saja. Kita just run flow by flow, okay? Flow by flow. Dancer for negara aku naik dulu. Negara aku kipas tinggal dulu. Negara aku tak bawa kipas. Visual, off visual. Kita balik pada screen pada okay. Ya. Abot. Guys, this time for arrival of TPM, okay? Same time, same with the last night environment. It means light, sounds, even though the visual, okay? This announcement by arrival first, okay? Arrival of TPM, okay, go, music, lean, and light. Jangan ni lah, you follow step by step. Cindian. Okay, go music. Before, step by step, just clap your hand, clap your hand. Okay, announcement by MC. Mana anak-anak kecil tu nak? Budak-budak kecil lah. Okay, tam habis. Okay, fade off the music.
Tiga. This is the on mic. Check 1, 2. Okay, Chairman. I need number 2 for the MC mic. Have to change number 2. MC mic.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for your information, we are going to begin the launching of the World Tourism Day momentarily. I would like to invite everyone to kindly take your seats and fill in the front row first on the chairs that are provided inside the ballroom. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly rise as we welcome the arrival of Haji Fadila bin Haji Yusuf, Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia, accompanied by the guests of honor. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain standing for National Anthem of Malaysia Negaraku, followed by the State Anthem of Malacca. Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor Malacca's legacy from the glorious era of the Sultanate and the legendary warriors, please enjoy the immersive Silat performance by National Departments for Culture and Arts of Malacca. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, an immersive Silat performance presented by the National Department for Culture and Arts of Malacca. Another big round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this powerful and graceful display of a traditional Malay martial arts is a tribute to the courage and heritage that have shaped this historic state. Silat, initially, traditionally as a Malay martial art that was once practiced primarily for self-defense, and over time it has evolved into a cultural expression that reflects the values of discipline, respect, and resilience. Recognized as part of our national heritage, Silat continues to preserve through training, education, and performances such as today's showcase, ensuring its legacy is carried out for future generations. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to bless this event, I would like to invite Ustaz Muhammad Nazri bin Abdul Majid, the Islamic Affairs Officer of Malacca Mufti's Department, for prayer recitation. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Allahumma ya Rahman ya Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. All praises be to Allah, Lord of the universe. Peace and blessings be upon our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and upon his family and his companions. Ya Allah, we humbly ask that you bless this gathering with abundant benefit, lasting blessings and divine guidance from you. Allahumma ya qadiyal hajat wa ya munzilal barakat. O Allah, Lord of all creations, we gather here today in gratitude to celebrate launching ceremony of World Tourism Day 2025. Bless this event with unity, wisdom, and meaningful outcomes that promote sustainable tourism and development, cultural understanding, and mutual respect among nations. O Allah, guide our leaders and participants to make decisions that enrich communities, empower economies, protect the environment, and inspire peaceful cooperation for the generations to come. Allahumma ya Hafiz ya Alim. O Allah, please grant us and our leaders with the best preservation and prosperity. Bring peace and prosperity to our country and protect us from calamity, diseases, and evils. Bestow patience on us to face all the challenges. Avoid us from the negative attitudes that can affect our unity, safety, stability, and harmony. O Allah, please preserve the political, economic, and social stability of this country under the idea of a civilized Malaysia or Malaysia Madani, and make Malacca as a state that is safe and prosperous and get a forgiving of Allah. ربنا آتنا من لدنك رحمة وهيئ لنا من أمرنا رشدا ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you, Ustaz Muhammad Nazri bin Abdul Majid, Islamic Affairs Officer of Malacca Mufti's Department, for the prayer recitation. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizers, it is with great pleasure to welcome each and every one of you to the World Tourism Day 2025 here in the historic city of Malacca. We are deeply honored. Thank you. We are deeply honored by your presence and very much delighted to see each and every one of you here today. And the theme for this year is sustainable and resilient future for our tourism industry. And allow me to extend the warmest welcome to our guest of honor, the Right Honorable Datuk Seri Haji Fadilah bin Haji Yusof, Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia, representing the Prime Minister of Malaysia. The Right Honorable Datuk Seri Utama Abdul Rauf Yusof, Chief Minister of Malacca. His Excellency Mr. Zura Pololikashvili, Secretary General of UN Tourism. Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Head of National Tourism Organizations and Ambassadors. And of course, a warm welcome as well to all delegates, industry leaders, academicians, and media representatives present here today. This year's theme, Tourism and Sustainable Transformation, reminds us that tourism is not only about destination, but also about people, resilience, and a long-term growth. And together, we are shaping a tourism ecosystem that is inclusive, future-ready, and sustainable for generations to come. Now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor to invite His Excellency Dato Sri Tiong King Sing, Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture Malaysia, to deliver his welcoming remarks.
Thank you, our MC for today. The Right Honorable Dato Sri Fadilah bin Haji Yusof, Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia, representing the Honorable Prime Minister of Malaysia, the Right Honorable Dato Sri Utama Abdul Rauf Yusof, Chief Minister of Malacca, His Excellency Dato Zura Pololikashvili, Secretary General of UN Tourism, Honorable Minister, Excellency, Ambassadors, Deputy Minister, Head of Nation Tourism Organization, Member of Parliament, and State Exco. Distinguished guests, Member of Media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Salam Malaysia Madani. It is a great pleasure to welcome you all to Malacca for the global celebration of World Tourism Day 2025 and the 7th World Tourism Conference. Let me begin by extending my deepest gratitude to the Right Honorable Dato Sri Haji Fadilah bin Haji Yusof, Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia, for graciously representing the Honorable Prime Minister at this important event. My sincere thanks also go to the Secretary General of UN Tourism and his team, including the UN Tourism Committee, for entrusting Malaysia with this honor to organize WTD and WTC 2025, and for the strong partnership in making this event possible. To the Chief Minister of Malacca, the state government, and the people of this historic city, thank you for your generous hospitality and strong support. With the unique blend of heritage and renewal, Malacca is the ideal setting to reflect on this year theme, tourism and the sustainable transformation. As a historic trading port and now a UNESCO World Heritage Site, it shows how heritage can be protected and supporting a modern economy. Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, tourism is one of the world's most dynamic and fastest growing sectors. Globally, The industry rebounded fully in 2024 and continued to grow by 5% in the first half of 2025. This resilience is echoed in Malaysia on recovery. Last year, we welcomed 38 million international visitors, while in the first half of 2025, we recorded 20.6 million arrivals, represented 17.9% increase compared to the same period in the year of 2024. Yet, growth done is not our benchmark. True progress means ensuring tourism uplift people, preserve our culture, protect our ecosystem, and strengthen resilience against future shocks. As we gather in Malacca, let us treat this not just a ceremonial occasion, but a shared opportunity that is to move from dialogue to delivery, from intention to implementation, from word to action. The theme we explore, sustainability, innovation, inclusion, must lead to the real result. This cannot be another feel-good meeting where we shake hands, make statements, and we go home, only to return a year later, facing the same unresolved issue and calling it progress. In particular, the World Tourism Conference must break away from traditional approach. We cannot rely on the old way to solve new problems. Innovation is no longer a luxury, it is a necessity. Tourism worldwide face half-truth over tourism strength, fragile side, inequity, limit local benefit, and global competitiveness now depend on the real changes. In Malaysia, issues like uneven investment and concession in the heritage city have contributed to our drop in the travel and tourism development index that is from 27 in 2019 to 35 in 2024, driven by weak infrastructure and service readiness. Growth alone is no longer enough. We must urgently act to protect ecosystem. Its conception, speak visitor flow, and ensure value stay in local hands. Sustainable, inclusive transformation, if not optional, but essential. That is why WTD and WTC 2025 will focus not only global framework, but Malaysian solution already take shape. In Sabah, the Miso Wildlife Homestay protect rainforest ecosystem while supporting over 350 families. In Penang, Habitat invest tourism income into conversion and training, and the Penang Heritage Trust safeguard living heritage. While Mersing will soon host Malaysia, the first UN recognizes sustainable tourism observatory. We are backing this restructure. The Ministry of Tourism, Art and Culture and the Department of Strategic Malaysia are piloting UN tourism sustainability indicator. We plan to embed them into the tourism satellite accounts. Businesses are encouraged to adopt global standards such as GSTC, ESG, PCOP, and INSTO. Just this year, 5 Malaysian hotels were honored with ASEAN Green Hotel Award. We are not just talking about transformation, we are delivering it. From Malaysia, at this year's host, allow me to extend this call. Let not make this just another stop on the international calendar. Let's make it a milestone of changes on that people will remember not for what we say, but for what was done after. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to invite you to not only join this meeting and conversation, but also to experience what made Malaysia truly unique. Take this opportunity to explore Malacca more deeply, a UNESCO World Heritage Site rich in history, from the iconic Jonker Street to country-rich old architecture. Discover our multicultural community and serve as traditional teachers and reflect our rich heritage. Let this encounter remind us why sustainable tourism matters and why our work here must continue. With that, I welcome you all once again, dear Minister and delegation, expert speakers, industrial leaders, and friends of tourism from all over the world. I look forward to your meaningful contribution. May this gathering be a driver for a real changes for a tourism sector that is stronger, more equal, and future-proof. Terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now invite His Excellency Mr. Zurab Pololikashvili, Secretary General of UN Tourism, to deliver his opening remarks.
Terima kasih. Selamat sejahtera. Good morning and salam alaikum. Again, terima kasih to everyone. Dear Minister, dear State Minister of Malacca, and of course, dear Deputy Prime Minister. For us, it's an honor. It's a big honor and a privilege to have you with us. Especially, I want to thank to all ministers who came, and I was explaining to Deputy Prime Minister that we did not have this tradition to have such many ministers attending World Tourism Day, and I'm very happy to see many friends, colleagues with us. Thank you, Deputy Minister of Tourism of Malaysia, to be with us and for the hospitality. The slogan of Malaysia, everyone knows that it was truly Asia, but I would put another component that is truly happiness. What I saw these days, and yesterday we attended a fantastic, I don't know, I can call it wedding, or it was show, or it was big, nice, really surprising performance. And thank you to make World Tourism Day such big and such nice and such big celebration, and happy World Tourism Day to everyone. Here we are all friends, all one big family, and we are happy to be here in the place. And this morning, I'm sorry, the participants of conference, I missed the conference, and I went to the center, city center, to see the beauty of the Melaka. And it's not a coincidence, maybe it is, that we are here, the place where we are coming, Portuguese, British, Chinese, and this is the big and very nice mix of cultures and traditions, and that's why we are celebrating World Tourism Day in Melaka and in in Malaysia, and thank you, Minister, for your initiative. Without you, you know that we had a queue of countries who wanted to celebrate this day there, but you made it, and thanks to you, we are here with our friends and our dear brothers and sisters. The theme of this year, let me start from the last year. Last year it was peace and tourism, which is still, unfortunately, the main challenge. And I forgot you, dear resident coordinator from UN, dear Edward, thank you to be with us. You know that the peace was the last week's main headline in New York, where all heads of states and all participants were there. And always we have this problem because the UNGA and World Tourism Dates the same week. So we are here, and I think this meeting also, it's some kind of support to express our solidarity to peace. If there is no peace, there is no tourism. If there is no tourism, there is no peace. This is very clear, and I'm very happy that, and I hope that peace will be everywhere in the world, and we from tourism industry we want to express our solidarity. And I will move the theme of this year, which is sustainable transformation. It sounds a little bit, first sustainability, it sounds a little bit very used word, and now sustainable transformation, also something very weird, but it's not weird. What happened in Malaysia and what is happening here after independence, after war, after problems and challenges this country had, this is the great, nice showcase to each country what is sustainable transformation. Next year we will celebrate the same kind of event, World Tourism Day in El Salvador. 12 years ago, or 13 or 15 years ago, I remember very well that it was prohibited to go there. And it was not recommendable to go to in Salvador. Now today, Salvador is hosting more than 5 or 6 million tourists. The population of Salvador, it will be around 3.5, 4 million. I'm sorry, maybe I don't remember well, but around 5 million, let's say. It's a big achievement what President Bukele did in the last, during his mandates. We have here the Minister of Iraq, our dear friend, and the Minister of Syria, and the Minister of Yemen, he's here, our brother. What will happen tomorrow in these countries? This will be sustainable transformation by tourism. The main industry, I'm sure, that will be tourism. When these stupid things will finish and end. And I'm very glad to have our brothers here. I want to welcome my dear big brother, also Minister of Cambodia, who came especially here. Most quiet and most beautiful country, the Deputy Minister of Maldives, who is attending with us. So happy World Tourism Day. Dear Deputy Prime Minister, thank you to attending and to lead our meeting. I want to welcome all ambassadors. I know that there are many different participants from different countries, delegations who came especially to celebrate this big celebration here in Malaysia with us, and welcome and enjoy this beautiful country these days. It's not only today World Tourism Day, tomorrow we have a conference where experts will explain better than me what is sustainable transformation of tourism. There will be big panels, big discussions. They know better than me. And let's celebrate together and let's be on this mood. Don't be sad, be more active, more energetic, because the tourism is about happiness, and Malaysia is truly happiness and truly Asia, and we are in the right place, in the right moment, and enjoy these days in this beautiful country with the beautiful people and with beautiful kids. I'm so happy that yesterday we saw a lot of kids. Today, everywhere they are here, they are future of this industry. We have to educate them, we have to motivate them to be the part of this industry. 10 years ago, it was a shame to be chef or to be working in a hotel, but today it's very difficult to find real professionals, and they are much more better paid than we are. So have a nice day, and thank you for your support and for your attendance. Terima kasih lagi.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that I now invite the Right Honorable Datuk Sri Haji Fadilah bin Haji Yusof, Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia, to deliver the officiating remarks on behalf of the Prime Minister of Malaysia. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, very good afternoon, and Assalam Malaysia Madani. Terima kasih dari Panca Majlis Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Utama Abdul Rauf Yusof, Chief Minister of Malacca, Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Tiong King Sing, Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture Malaysia, His Excellency Mr. Zurab, Secretary General of UN Tourism, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Heads of National Tourism Organization, Ambassadors and High Commissioners, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of our Prime Minister, Datuk Seri Anwar Ibrahim, the Government of Malaysia, and the people of Malaysia, I wish to say selamat datang to Malacca, or welcome to Malacca, and to the global celebration of World Tourism Day 2025 and the 7th World Tourism Conference. The setting of these two auspicious events could not be better, as the city has played host to confluence of people, goods and cultures since the 15th century. In modern times, as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, Malacca stands at the crossroad of history and modernity, a fitting emblem of the duality that defines Malaysia today. Few places in the world allow you to sip coffee in centuries-old buildings by morning, and later the same day, marvel at the world's second tallest building by night. The ethos of nationhood is encapsulated by the philosophy of Malaysia Madani, which centers the country's development on the key values of sustainability, care and compassion, respect, innovation, prosperity and trust. These values similarly underpin our approach to tourism, anchoring our strategies for growth that benefits all and does not come at the expense of our natural environment. This is why the theme of this year's celebration, tourism and sustainable transformation, resonate deeply in us, or deeply with us in Malaysia as a call to action, a shared responsibility, and a journey for us to walk together. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to build a tourism industry that is both world-class and future-ready, we must first safeguard the natural heritage with which we have been blessed, while drawing upon the very strength that make Malaysia unique. In doing so, we can capture the imagination of travelers from every corner of the globe. Environmental stewardship in the cornerstone of the approach, and as one of the world's 12 mega diverse nations, Malaysia is home to over 15,000 plant species and 175,000 species of fauna. Protecting these rainforests, mangroves, and coral reefs is not just a national duty, but a global responsibility. When these ecosystems flourish and thrive, they in turn will be natural magnets for tourists. In fact, nature-based tourism is among the high-value segments that we are prioritizing, alongside adventure tourism, Muslim-friendly travel, medical and wellness services, educational journeys, business events, and digital nomad hubs. Together, these priorities form the backbone of our strategy to grow our tourism sector meaningfully, sustainably, and with resilience for the years to come. In that spirit, we are also promoting circular models and revenue sharing mechanisms that channel tourism returns back into the very destinations that sustain them. This helps address what scholars term the invisible burden, the often overlooked costs of maintaining the infrastructure and ecosystem upon which tourism depends. Across Malaysia, community-led initiatives show us that sustainability is above all about people. The artisans in our creative districts, the indigenous guides in our rainforests, and the host families in our village homestays. Community-led initiatives like the ecotourism cooperatives in the former logging village of Batu Putih in Sabah proves that empowering local communities and environmental protection can go hand in hand. Our task is therefore to ensure these communities continue to have the skills, access, and support to step up such initiatives. The elephant in the room is tourism emissions, especially from aviation, which accounts for half of the sector's direct emissions. Malaysia is responding by investing heavily in sustainable aviation fuel, with our first biomass-based facilities due in 2027, a step that will both decarbonize travel and create new green industries and jobs. No country can affect an industry-wide shift alone. Multilateral cooperation is therefore crucial for a sustainable future. As the ASEAN Chair in 2025, Malaysia is working to deepen regional integration with more seamless travel, harmonized standards, and stronger sustainability frameworks. In this regard, the coastal town of Mersing in the southern state of Johor is a great example of how multilateral cooperation can be put into action. Once a humble fishing village, it is now a pioneer of sustainable coastal tourism and on track to become Malaysia's first UN Tourism International Network for Sustainable Tourism Observatories site. This follows close collaboration between government, NGOs, and global partners like UN Tourism and UNDP Malaysia. So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as this celebration paved the way for the Grand Visit Malaysia 2026 campaign, let me be clear. This is not just a campaign of numbers, but a statement of values. We must not pursue tourism at all costs, but rather one that is sustainable, inclusive, and resilient. So with that, I'm honored to officiate the global celebration of World Tourism Day 2025 and the 7th World Tourism Conference. May this be a beacon of a collective commitment to a sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, the Right Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Kindly remain on the stage for the launching gimmick. And to accompany the Right Honourable Deputy Prime Minister on the stage, please welcome the Right Honourable Chief Minister of Malacca, His Excellency Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture, and His Excellency Secretary General of UN Tourism. All right, now if our distinguished guests are ready, I would like to invite the Right Honourable Deputy Prime Minister to take the gamelan stick or mallet and strike 3 times the bonang of the gamelan on my countdown. If you're ready, in 3, 2, and 1. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The World Tourism Day is now officially launched. And the video you have just witnessed features Dondang Sayang, inscribed by UNESCO representative list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity, beautifully accompanied by Malaysia's vibrant culture and breathtaking landscape. Once again, a big round of applause to our guest of honor for officiating the World Tourism Day 2025. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break and please return by 3 p.m. for the continuation of our program.